I'm working on it. Okay.
Hey, Capac.
Okay. What are you doing here?
I just had to share with someone who will kind of get it, which means yourself and chat. And I thought maybe you were in chat with Wasted by this point, but clearly not. The sheer unadulterated panic that I felt about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago.
Was it a Godzilla?
No. So they were upgrading the power meter at my house.
Okay.
And so the power had to go off for a bit, and I had my computer shut down. I went out and took Charlie for a run and came back, and I finished up. I came out here, turned on my computer, and I sit down to try and watch something and hear just a thud, thud, pop, thud, thud, pop, thud, thud, pop coming from my speakers.
Okay. Yep.
That was it. That was all they would put out, and it was very much a something is not right. And I'm like, oh, my speakers are pretty dodgy. There's clearly some power feedback going into them that makes them all a bit jank, because I have to, like, if I touch any of the cables at the back of my subwoofer, crackling and not good stuff. So I'm like, oh, great, my speakers have finally died. Plug my headphones directly in. Thud thud pop, thud thud pop, thud thud pop. I'm like, uh-oh. Look at my mixer. And it is
On fire.
flashing one random LCD thing, then another, then switching off.
Okay.
In perfect time with the thud thud pop.
Yep.
So that was when the panic set in, because I'm like, my mixer, replacing this is going to be very, 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 very expensive. I don't want to have to do that. And also setting everything up again, and just all those thoughts of horror went through my mind. So I was like, all right, I got to start searching. Let's see whether there's anything. And I got very lucky. It was literally the first thing I found for specifically my mixer and the LCDs flashing on it.
So you Googled thud thud pop.
No, I Googled the mixer flashing. They were like, it sounds like the power supply is dead.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that causing that kind of problem.
And so I managed to find another power adapter that outputs 12 volt and a minimum of 1 amp, and plugged it in, and everything is fine again. So in the process of the switchbox getting the power meter getting upgraded, it's killed the actual transformer for my mixer.
Damn you, Megatron, killing the Transformers.
Exactly. But I imagine you can appreciate the amount of terror that my brain went through as soon as I saw that the mixer was the problem.
Well, I mean, while you're here, you can tell me if my microphone's still doing what it was doing last time, which I don't think it is.
I'll turn up your volume a bit. Yeah, if it's doing it.
Well, it sounded like it was pretty obvious to everyone last time.
There's a little bit there. But I don't know if it's. But remember, it gradually built up.
But it's not.
It sounds okay right now.
It's not going off on the on OBS when I'm not speaking like it was last time.
Yeah. The. Did you try grounding it like I suggested?
Well, I have to disconnect it each time I use it over here anyway.
No, but I meant like if you do that during the stream,
No, I
if it
didn't see
happens
that.
again.
Didn't see that message until after.
Well, if it happens again today, I'd give it a go and see if it fixes it. Because it may well. Hey, Weston. It may well actually fix it.
What? Wasted.
Yeah, he's in chat. I might have scared him off by speaking the very moment he jumped in.
No, I'm here.
Surprise attack.
I was just regaling Capac with my minutes of panic as I thought my mixer had died.
What symptoms was it showing here?
Thud,
What
thud,
led to this
pop,
panic?
thud, thud, pop, thud, thud, pop, in perfect synchrony with it flashing all its LEDs on and off.
Yeah, that's
And
pretty. That's pretty good. Fair
having
enough.
having forgotten to switch it off when the guy was replacing our power meter on our house.
Oh yes, yeah.
So I had reason, like it was fine before, it was not fine after. But thankfully, it appears to have been just the transformer that died.
Oh, so something did still die.
Something did die, yes, but it wasn't the expensive part. It was the part I can go to. Well, I'm sure I can. If I need another one, I can always go and get Capac to help me out with that. I can turn up to his place and say something horribly frustrating to him about the numbers that I can read on the transformer.
So what's your
That's fine.
reasoning that it was the transformer that's the dead bit?
Because I replaced it and everything's working.
Oh, you already had a spare? Fair.
Yeah. I keep I keep all these things because they've proven to be useful in the past and now. I keep all the ones from old routers and those sorts of things because they're all the same plug size. They just have different voltage and amperage output often.
Frequently, yeah, not always.
Not always. I do check the
There are plenty
numbers.
that are different sizes.
Yeah, I do check the numbers and the sizing before I try and do this, but most importantly, the numbers. And I read on.
Check the numbers.
Yes, I read on the literally the first result I found on my Google search once I realized that it was the mixer. Showed up as, hey, it might be your power supply that's gone. As long as you connect it with a 12 volt and anything with more than 1 amp, you will be fine. I was like, cool.
Yeah, I
have
can't
numbers to
remember what
look
mix
for.
you'd actually got, and I was imagining a much larger transformer, the sort of one that was likely to be built in.
Oh no, because I've got the Fireface UCX is like teeny tiny. It's like a half rack mount. It's real small. It's just all inputs and outputs, and then like your one you got for the band, it's all USB interface and doing all of the mixing and stuff actually on a PC. Does make me wonder if the newer version of it has an improved interface compared to the old one, because compared to the one I've got.
Not a fan of the. It seems to me that it'd be very unlikely they'd change the app or the interface for it as they went up. You know, but I mean, or maybe does your current one support phone apps, etc.?
No.
Because I can imagine that would indicate a
Yeah.
change. That's when they might update it.
Yeah, that was my thinking.
I did send Wasted a invite to the share chat. But
Jack did say he might have been joining you guys for some painting today, but maybe he changed his mind. Well,
Wasted's been caught offside by all the audio chat.
yes. Well, that's why I jumped into voice, because I was like, I need to share this feeling, that feeling of terror that I had, with people who'll get it.
Yeah, no, that is the sort of behavior that would have me immediately panicking and going, "Yep, this is dead, very dead."
Yep. And just there's the obvious, it's expensive. And then there's the next thing, which is, oh my god, how long is it going to take me till I can fix this? And then the, oh no, how long does it take me to do the cabling even after I get the replacement for it?
I'll be honest, this is why for mission critical equipment, I always have.
It's also my argument for getting the 4070 for the stream PC, because that's a GPU backup for my main PC.
Well, speaking of audio problems,
Ah, surely, not audio problems, Capac. Thought it was PC problems month.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of comments on YouTube, both on Wrong Way Out and basically anything else that Capac and I have done together, saying, has Capac people keep thinking that your crashes might be related to the newer NVIDIA drivers.
what? No, this has nothing to do with Nvidia.
No, I'm saying your crash during Wrong Way Out. Remember you had a crash?
Well, I'm saying that what's happening now has nothing to do with Nvidia.
Oh yeah, what's your now problem? Your now's problem. Yeah, what is that?
My Go XLR keeps resetting all the audio sliders to. Okay, so you know how it's. I have to adjust my microphone each time when I start.
Yes.
That's because it's picked a set of defaults on the slider that it automatically boots into every time.
Yes,
It
which
now,
is something you can control.
well, it's now resetting those every few seconds to the defaults.
Oh.
It's just done it like times. Which is bad because I've got my audio down real low, playing music, and then it plays it really loud at the same time that it reduces my microphone.
Oh.
So much for painting. I guess I'm playing Go XLR today.
Can you have you tried changing which one is the default? There is a button to change which profile is the default profile.
But I've got it on the profile that I've set on my other settings.
I'm just thinking, if you change which one's the default, then it might also potentially be a USB issue that's resetting it over and over, but I'd be very surprised if that wasn't interrupting his music, for example. So he'd know about it.
Well, because it's. I know about it because the music is suddenly deafening because it resets it to a much higher level.
Hmm. Have you ever done any firmware upgrades on your Go XLR?
Not in a while.
Semi-tempted to send him the beta software I've got.
Yeah, that's why it popped into my mind, because you'd mentioned that you had that. Was that for the Go XLR or the XLR Mini?
I've got it on both.
Okay, because I think Capac, you've got a
It-
mini, don't you?
Yeah, there's a different version of the software, but I have it for both.
Yep.
Because I've got a mini and a big one.
Yep.
I unplugged it, plugged it back in again, and it seems to be chilling out. Let's see how it goes. So,
Welcome
painting.
to tech support painting.
It's not the first time.
So were you streaming a thing?
Yeah,
You were
Shaq,
playing Silica.
yeah, Shaq and I played some Silica this morning.
What was that like? I don't think I've heard of this Silica.
It's an RTS FPS hybrid game.
Okay.
So one person on each team has the RTS overview and can build stuff. Everyone else can control units directly, get in vehicles, kill the enemy, that sort of stuff. It's early access and has some rough edges, but definitely some good signs of the potential future fun to be had.
Okay.
And it was Shaq and I had a lot of fun, but we had some bugs and things like that. But yeah, it was good fun. I'm very much looking forward to trying it again once it's got a bit more gameplay options, as in more of the different scenarios and things like that.
Seem to be quite a few cool things in early access and releasing demos at the moment.
Yeah, this one I found out about because Capac, one of the developers on the team for it, used to work for Keen, and I met him in Prague and hung out. And I was like, yeah, send him a key. And then Shaq and I were talking about the game, and so we decided to just play it. Yeah, it was one of those. Which don't come along that often.
I've been aware of it for a while. It was one I was somewhat intentionally avoiding because I had heard that it was quite rough, honestly. And the problem of if I stream something is everyone will buy it and then try it because we'll play community games. I wasn't quite ready to promote it like that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But this was a few months ago. This was when it was much newer on the market.
I think back then it might not have even had NPC enemies. So now it does, but they're still in a fairly early stage. Not doing anything particularly clever in the way they attack you, that sort of stuff. But yeah, the thing that I really liked about it, and I think both Shaq and I felt playing it, was because of the clear attention and love that went into the art and some of the ways you can get into the vehicles and the ways the vehicles behave and things like that. It feels like something that you're like, yeah, when this has the other stuff, it's going to be really fun. So I don't want to say bad things about it. I want to wait till it's actually got those things and then see how it plays. Sort of stuff. That kind of feel. Like, you know, when you play a game, you're like, "Ooh, this is rough, but man, I want this to be good because it looks like it could be." Which is kind of exactly like you were saying, not wanting to drag a whole bunch of people into a game early when it's clearly not ready, even if it has the potential to be in the future. The networking seemed to go reasonably well until in terms of latency, but we had a few issues. There were devs in chat, so they're all issues they're well aware of. So hopefully, a number of them will get fixed. Capac was saying that it's a team of less than 10 people, so they have to pick and choose what they focus on at any particular time. Have you guys played any random? Like I know Wasted's played that half armor, half blood, half what was it? Half sword?
It was half sword, indeed.
Ah, got there eventually. Any other weird games like that that you've been having fun with? Actually, let's not say weird. Unexpectedly fun games.
I picked up Nordhold recently, and that's good fun.
Oh, what was Nordhold?
Nordhold is a tower defense game.
Oh yeah.
Nordhold is a tower defense game with a sort of RTS resource management layer sort of
Yep.
thing to it. City management layer to it as well. So it feels a lot like a more advanced rogue tower.
Yep. I came across it, I think, through maybe it was could have been Lurk It. I was like, oh yeah, this looks interesting, but
Doesn't make any sense.
what's wrong, Capac? Still the same thing?
So I found an option called block fader positions to labeled outputs. That sounded promising. I decided to test it, and now no music at all, even though all of the other audio is working.
Hmm.
Is your music assigned to the faders? Is one of the faders music?
But it should just be on the line in that I use from my stream, from my gaming PC.
Is one of the faders line in?
Yes.
Okay.
Be like this.
Enough snakes. Back in a second.
Okay. Yeah, Cataclysmo, I thought I had a lot of fun playing the demo of that alien cow. It was one of those games that I definitely like 10 years ago would have played a lot of. And the reason I wouldn't play much of it now is that I don't have the time. I find it hard to make opportunities to play strategy games, which is why the tower defense game that Wasted was mentioning is one that I didn't end up playing. Oh, Capac. Any progress?
Yeah, it set my line into 0 for some reason. Seems to be working now. I'm gonna leave it with that setting on and see if it makes any difference.
Okay.
before my paint all dries up.
No, I hadn't. Maybe I should be doing that.
Is this the question about your airbrush needle?
Yep. And I understand exactly what they mean every time with the way direction I'm taking it out. Yeah, I'm dragging any paint that's on the needle through the body of the brush as I'm doing so.
Is that Capac trying to deafen us then?
No, I think that was Capac's thing resetting itself again.
Aha.
Yeah, that was me trying a different profile.
I had not considered that and now will. Thank you. It's a bit late at this point, but next time.
Are we playing how to reset your Capac? That would have been a perfect opportunity for one of the many frequent Capac-related auto carrots that usually show up to have shown up. One of them is capacitor.
Capacity showed up earlier.
Ah.
I know that bit comes out. I'm not sure. Just taking the nozzle out is not necessarily the shortest process, and I wasn't planning on completely cleaning the airbrush right now. I was interested. I was reminding myself what was under there and how easy it is to deal with, or otherwise.
Right. So apparently I am on the latest version of the software, even though I'm sure I always said no, go away whenever it presented me with an update option.
Sort of.
I think I may have to reinstall the software. Turn the music off, but if it resets again, it's going to drop my microphone volume down to very low. So I'll have to rely on you guys in chat to say, why aren't you saying anything? Or why are you saying something from another country?
Yeah, that's more likely, because you not saying something is not that uncommon.
Guys, I've already got my eyes on a harder and Steam Deck, but I am not allowed to buy more stuff for painting at the moment. I have to use what I've got for a bit. I have not been well behaved recently.
Yeah, I'm trying to do some of my backlog of old minis.
It wasn't a backlog of old minis. It was, I mean, that viewer that sold me half of a Games Workshop store. Stack of unopened Games Workshop boxes behind me that comes up above my waist.
Should keep you going for quite a while.
Hence, even if it was cheap, I'm not allowed to buy any more Games Workshop or painting related stuff until I've done some more actual painting. Can't remember what one I was looking at. Ultra doesn't sound right.
Get some red on these planes. Hmm.
Not even a pile of shame, it's a stack of shame. Pile will
Does
be
making
slightly
your
better
pile of
because then there's a
shame
bit.
neat make it less shameful or more shameful?
I feel like a neat pile is more shameful, honestly. A neat pile suggests that none of it's been opened, firstly, because Games Workshop boxes tend to start collapsing once they've been opened. But also, it suggests a certain amount of this is going to stay here for a bit.
Yeah. I think that's a good point.
No longer a temporary measure. At least the pile is. It gives temporary vibes, even if it isn't. Right, let's see if cleaning that needle helped. Definitely biggest thing with airbrushing so far. It's good, but man, is it the maintenance a pain in the backside.
Yeah, it seems like one of those things that's like I hmm. I'm trying to think of a similar. There are so many things like that where you can get a really cool result, but man, it's almost a hobby in and of itself.
Yeah, it's right on that borderline where you're wondering if the payoff is worth the amount of work you have to put into it.
Yeah.
Well,
It
for
feels
me,
a
it gives
l-
me something that I can't do otherwise, which is between my sleep schedule and the place I live, I can't prime minis easily. I don't have anywhere to do it.
Hmm.
I don't have anywhere to spray. And even when I do, the fact that this country's humid as all hell, but also cold, doesn't do the spray particularly good. Whereas this, I can do. It's acrylic based, it's dust by the time it gets to this point. So it's doable indoors as long as you're being careful with what you're doing.
Yeah. I am just going to point out though that you said you have a sleep schedule.
Um, I do. I schedule sleep. That way I can be up at various different times for various different events. You guys just have sleep. Mine is scheduled. Mine is, oh hell, I have to interact on real life tomorrow. Quick, change it by 12 hours. Is that not the definition of a schedule, surely?
I think does the schedule have to be routine, like repetitive?
Well, having a schedule doesn't necessarily mean that you're following the schedule.
Yeah, well, says man, king of evidence of that.
I'm not going to disagree.
I was stupid and put paint in before I adjusted the needle. Although I got it first time.
What are you two painting today?
I am painting more Eldar. This is an Eldar Wraith Lord. It's actually the same thing I was painting last time you were in. It didn't go very well, so I'm repainting it.
When you're repainting, are you just priming over the top, or do you actually have to try and remove the paint?
No, I'm priming over the top. You sometimes have to remove the paint, but in this case, because it was primarily what was on the model was airbrush paint.
So it's
Airbrush
quite
goes on
thin.
so thin that you can just go over the top, and you couldn't tell that it's already been primed before.
Yeah. I was kind of wondering about that with like where you'd lose details and things like that, because the details are quite small. I know that most of the paint is acrylic, so it's going to go on thinner anyway.
Well, it all depends on how well it was painted to begin with. I mean,
And the kind of paint you're using.
Metallics tend to be a bit thicker,
Yeah.
for example. But in general, that's sort of almost, I'd say, stage one of learning to paint is learning to get the paint on there thin.
Thin without missing bits. I was really surprised.
Almost thin without losing the color you intend.
Mm.
You know, thin but still being able to make yellow look yellow. Yellow being a good example of a pain in the ass color.
Sure is.
Yeah, I kind of surprised when Capac and I were painting at PAX last year at just how easy it was to not make a flat coat with your first coat of anything.
Well, I think, especially for you, given you won't have, I guess, did you ever paint when you were a kid?
Minis? No.
Okay. So this is just first experience, pretty much.
Yeah. I never did never really did much in the way of model building. I always wanted to do some custom models for my train sets and stuff like that, but most of the customizations I did was adding bits of natural looking foliage and stuff like that to try and smooth up make the plastic edges more subtle.
Weathering.
A terrain
Yeah,
builder.
effectively. Yeah, terrain building. Exactly. So I never really did any painting because most of those train set bits that I was given were colored plastics.
Mm. Most of the reason I was asking was from the angle of one of the things that's changed a lot from when I was painting when I was a kid to now is just the paints themselves
Yeah.
are considerably better.
Yeah.
And it's much more lent in the direction of, yeah, you're probably gonna have to put a layer on twice, but it's not gonna go on so goopy you can't see anything.
Mm.
which is a nice feature.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Another nice feature between now and then is that now we have YouTube videos.
Yep. Now we have other people to work stuff out for us. Your answer isn't just to go down to the local Games Workshop store and hope the guy that's in there knows what he's talking about and has enough spare time when not running the store to actually partake in the hobby he does for a living, which he blatantly does not.
So you got to find the quiet Games Workshop shop.
Yeah, because if you find the quiet one, like it was a place I went into relatively recently, where I went in there and evidently surprised the guy who was busy painting behind the counter. Just had his legs up in on the counter. He was sitting back. The mini in his hand. He was just sitting there painting. He was like, okay, this guy clearly actually gets to use his hobby because no one ever comes in here.
What is this thing that stumbled into my store? Oh, a customer.
How dare a customer appear?
Yeah, back in the day, it was a bit difficult for me because my closest Games Workshop store was quite far away.
It's not like they're quite. Your closest one now is quite close.
Yes.
Very close.
Back then, well, I had to go to the Chatswood store.
Yeah.
And without a car, that was quite difficult.
Yeah.
At least it was back then. Now it's a lot easier. There's a train that goes there now.
Showing your age, Capac. Showing your age.
True.
They've invented this strange thing called a locomotive since Capac was young.
Newfangled contraption.
Yep.
But I imagine the Aussies are always going to be a bit stuffed, I'm sure, the locality of Games Workshop stores, because you're not only the other side of the world from where Games Workshop itself is headquartered, but then you're also an enormous country.
Yeah.
It's like, if you don't live in a city, good luck.
Well, I think that's more of a problem for them with their shipping than anything else, from what I've ascertained. We need one of those Japanese bullet trains.
Keep dreaming. I don't disagree with you, but keep dreaming.
Now, forgive me here, because I'm going to be ignorant as all hell, but in my mind, Australia is pretty damn flat. Would it not be relatively easy to do some sort of cross-continental?
It's flat in the sense of our highest point is not particularly that high above sea level, but it's not flat in the sense that it's really old and eroded and has canyons.
I see.
Yeah, it's
Um,
quite rough, flat terrain.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest problem for something like a bullet train is how much of it is going to be quite
Required.
remote to access.
But also just
Repairs and maintenance.
how much of it
and
is
stuff.
required. So
Well,
the places but the main barrier to it is just we've never had politicians that wanted to make one for long enough before they get ousted because they do something else stupid. Even though they was planning on doing something smart, they do something else stupid and then get voted out.
Yeah, in reality, most of these big sort of infrastructure projects tend to get spearheaded by an individual that happens to be in the right place at the right time to do so.
Yep.
Otherwise, they just don't happen.
Yep.
And then you just have to hope that that individual is someone that has even half a clue what they're doing.
and, you know, isn't paid for by X, Y, or Z that's going to get in the way of it.
What?
Usual political nonsense.
Paid for politicians? Never heard of such a thing.
Nonsensical idea.
Although, to be fair, we do have some things here like limits on political campaign spending. Which
Yeah.
certain other countries could do well to follow suit.
Let's just be glad we have limited time for the campaign more than anything else.
Yeah, that's true as well.
I could not handle 4 years of electioneering. Oh, just shut up and go away. Do your jobs.
You say that, though, isn't the reality just that even when doing their jobs, half the problem is their jobs involve secretly doing stuff that's going to influence their chances of winning the next election?
Oh, yeah. I don't really know what constitutes them campaigning versus what doesn't. Can't really be bothered looking up the various things that I would need to in order to find that out. But the information's out there. I just can't be bothered finding it. The only time I've looked up rules around campaigning is when some big fat billionaire moron started spamming SMSs to us using the electoral roll to do so. So they knew what everyone's mobile numbers were. And oh, look, I've gotten tons of spam SMSs in the years since then. And I looked up our media rules to see whether there was anything I could do to actually lodge a proper complaint and get them in trouble for it. But apparently, it's perfectly okay for political parties to use that system.
I would have voted for him.
What?
If he'd actually gone through with his promise to make Titanic 2, I would have voted for him 100%. I want to see a Titanic 2. That would be sweet. But I don't think it's going to happen, so he's not got my vote.
Oh, there are so many things I want to say that I'm not going to say.
How many times can you say that a politician has promised a boat? It's not many.
I don't know. Any Tasmanians here?
Oh, right.
Uh-huh.
No, we have to keep them.
Touche, Capac.
We
Touche.
have to keep them segregated on their island, otherwise they'll get loose. Want any more red on here?
Wait, what? Is Fog implying that Capac was more organized with a wasted window than wasted was with a Capac window?
What heresy is this?
Didn't the Diver Bishop, the Austrians or Australians? Which did you mean to say there?
Wait, who's sinking boats?
Well, the Tasmanians aren't sinking boats. It's that their boats are still over in their country of origin, somewhere in Northern Europe, because some reason we can't use them or something. I don't know, some nonsense about it.
I feel like your explanation raised more questions than it actually answered questions.
The ferries for the Victoria to Tasmania crossing. The docks weren't built by the time the ferries were. So we've got brand new ferries just sitting there over in Northern Europe
Oh,
instead of being brought into service because they don't have a dock for them, I think.
that happens a lot.
I don't claim to have full understanding of the situation. That's just my vague recollection of what I have come across.
Because we also had those trains at one point that were like too big for the platforms.
Oh yeah. I mean, it happens in all the public builds. It's like the hospitals with corridors that are too narrow for the beds.
Don't need beds in hospitals. Just make them walk. Bunch of lazy patients. Suppose they'll be wanting elevators to get from one floor to another next.
Yeah. We don't have elevators in Australia. We tend to call them lifts. Just like the Brits do as well.
All these elevators I'm talking about.
Oh, it's so annoying how easily that has ended up. Like my brain has just switches between the two now.
My concern is not the elevators, but floor numbering.
Ah, yes. Important such things are set correctly. Means they must be confusing, at least to a small extent.
Well, nothing annoys me as much as this whole 13th floor nonsense.
Does that really annoy you?
Yep.
Huh, interesting.
Oh, that's the
Notes down
magical.
for future use.
That's the magical bad floor. You don't want to live on that one. That's where all the black cats and broken mirrors live.
Important we stay away from the black cats and broken mirrors.
I want to live on the 13th floor. I want to make everyone walk under a ladder as they enter the apartment.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That one's at least legit not safe.
Everyone is required to have an umbrella at all times. And it must be open. And you got to bring enough salt to fling over your shoulder.
Wait, now you're sending mixed messages.
And you got to bring a piece of wood to knock on.
Now you're sending very mixed messages. Capac, do you actually know what you want? First you were doing all the bad luck things. Now you're doing all the good luck things. What do you?
Well,
what
yeah,
are you trying to achieve
You
here?
got to balance it all out. You got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah, Taz, the Hotel rooms are labeled 419, 419 plus 1, so no one steals the room number.
What?
Think it through, Capac.
Stealing numbers?
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go.
Dear. Look, I look forward to a future of humanity where nothing can be numbered anymore because everyone's decided that every single number has some other silly use and can no longer be used.
No, it's not because it's got a silly use. It's because people literally steal them, and it's the way to stop them getting stolen.
Yeah, but that's why it's being stolen.
Yeah, but
so eventually you'll have the entire number line will be taken up of numbers that can't be used because this one keeps getting stolen. This one is somebody's decided it's offensive. This one is unlucky.
no.
We'll have no numbers left. We'll be bereft of numbers. We'll have to letter everything.
I love how upset you sound about that prospect.
A true dystopia.
Yep.
That's basically how you get Night City in Cyberpunk. Nope, you can't use the number 4 because one of the words for number 4 in Japanese sounds similar to death. So number 4 is offensive. It's out. Off the number line.
You've forgotten to include the ones that are trademarked in some way.
Oh.
Wait. No, not that dystopia. I don't want that dystopia.
Well, yeah, 3 is gone. That's trademark.
Like stupid Pantone and its colors. It's already making me angry.
I think might do for red, at least for now. Yep. We can't have 11. That's trademarked by KFC.
Oh dear. And somehow they win against 7-Eleven for it.
It's all sounding quite likely to me.
Disturbingly so.
No, I think they'll come to an agreement and 7-Eleven will start selling Kentucky Fried Chicken. Like how the convenience stores in Japan sell fried chicken. Okay, let's get some.
Today's painting political discourse brought to you by KFC 7-Eleven.
I suspect in that war, KFC buys 7-Eleven.
No. Because the Colonel is resurrected, comes back as a zombie, and joins the 7-Eleven side and wins for them. Because he hates the company so much.
Zombie Colonel.
Mm.
Well, I have arrived, I think, back at the same place I was at before.
Time to start again.
But I'm not even kidding. It's like, it's not quite the same color as before. It's richer than it was. It's not a poorly applied yellow. Now it's just orange.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with orange.
It is something wrong with orange if what you wanted was yellow to go with. It is a nice orange, don't get me wrong. But it's not yellow. Again. There's a chance when you say it's a bit more golden leafy. There's a chance that if I was to do a bit of highlighting to it, I could make it look metal. Especially as this guy's lighting direction lines up actually quite well with where my actual light is. So all I'd have to do is follow where the existing highlight is coming from the light and just put that on the model manually. One of the tips I was given recently is once you've got your prime and your or prime and zenithal or whatever on, line your miniature up underneath a bright light and photo it in the position you expect the light, with the light in the right place, etc., so that you've got a black and white reference to paint your highlights to.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can then boost the contrast on that, and it will show you where all of your various highlights should be sitting. My rotating stand is not as fancy as Capac. But you know, I would be having his view up, but for some reason it insists that he's not actually streaming.
I think I'm streaming.
Yeah,
No, you are streaming. It's just my little OBS browser window for you has decided you're not. So
Damn you, OBS.
there's the refresh. There it is. Hey, look, Cabac's live.
Hooray.
Which goes pseudo live on my channel. How dare? How do I? I guess we paint the yellow on and hope that that works, because this isn't. And maybe I try what I was just talking about and I do the photo thing.
I feel like if I tried to do that, I'd end up airbrushing my phone.
Accurate.
I'm not going to do it with the airbrush. I'm not that good. No. Airbrush, at the moment, still relegated to large surface areas only. We're getting there, but I can tell just painting. Every time I go to paint the large surface areas, I'm still seeing that I'm not accurate enough to go and paint anything more detailed than that. Knowing where the airbrush is pointing is more difficult than you think. And how much to pull back the trigger. Yes, I know that's what you've always wanted for. Big Capac, no good. Must have Capac delivered in a tiny little window. That's how it needs to be done.
I mean, I do actually prefer to stream in an infinitely recurring set of progressively smaller windows.
It is the way. I am gonna try this. I'm gonna grab my phone and then I'm gonna try painting on some highlights based on that. I think maybe then it'll be yellow because it ain't at the moment.
One of the funny things about painting tiny scale stuff like these guys is you can tell where certain parts of them were clearly designed for a larger scale model.
Oh yeah, like what?
But like on these tanks, the treads actually go underneath this armored section. It's big enough that you can see it, but it's small enough that it's a pain to get in there and paint it. So are you doing more voxel handing then?
No. I should probably drop off and actually do some work soon. Just trying out some other things that might be games we can play together, might not be. Don't know. Trying to get a feel for them, whether they'll work.
Yep.
Haven't been feeling especially well the last few days. So I
Taking it easy a bit.
yeah.
Fair enough. I got onto Space Engineers 2.
What did you do in Space Engineers 2?
I replaced the temporary conveyors with the actual conveyors now that they've added them in.
Ah. Cool.
Is there a way to update a blueprint on the
It
store?
it kind of automatically does. I'm not exactly sure how SE2 handles it properly, but it sort of automatically updates it. I think it's a bit weird.
Yes.
Haven't looked into the exact behaviors yet to properly understand it.
It's still just single player for now. Sure, it will be readily apparent to everyone when it's got multiplayer in.
Yep, as
there
I'm
will
sure
be
a lot of people will be playing it.
Yes, but there'll also be a sudden jump in the time it's spending on most of our channels when that happens.
Yes. Even when the survival update drops, I reckon I'll be playing it a bunch.
I think that should work.
Good old black and white film, Eldar.
Well, but at the same time, it's giving me a really easy way of going in and going, okay, so this is where the highlights need to be placed around the edge of that shoulder, this front face, down along those, because it's just the reflection of the light.
Sure.
Is my thinking. We'll see. I don't know.
So what your plan now is to build up some strong yellow highlights in those areas?
Based on those areas, and therefore I can use the orange as my mid-tone, or maybe like a bit darker than that. And hopefully regain my original thing and make some use of the orange that's on there as well. Especially if I paint the yellow on relatively thin. Build it up slowly, might still get a bit of that shading left.
Yep. I'm interested to see how it all works out.
This is all hoping that my paint on yellow is better than my spray on one is. Either that, or we go crazy with the bad moon yellow contrast, which I tried the other day and turns things luminous. If you put that over something that's already white or like got some yellow in it, it turns it absolutely fluorescent. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah, he's looking pretty
Well,
fearsome.
it was the soul stone on his chest was the bad moon yellow. That's a contrast paint, apparently. Yeah, it's like radioactive yellow, so we've got to be careful with that, but for the right purposes. Could also be good. Oh, thanks, Scottus. Yeah, I've got a few around now that I'm quite pleased with. I'm still really quite pleased with last week's mini, just because it's the first time I've managed to make one have that sort of top to bottom brightness pop. That means that, yeah, he just almost looks super. It looks like he's got a spotlight on him at the moment.
Yeah, that was a fun little adventure last week. I was pretty happy with how my fella turned out.
All three of us looked great. And I'm, if you're down for it, I'm looking forward to doing the same thing again at some point. I was thinking we could do Darktide next time.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure we could find minis that are appropriate for that.
Well, I'm already done.
Oh yeah, of course you are. God damn it. Why are you like this? Optimus Prime as well. He's just that guy.
I
But
mean,
no, that was Blitzy.
I've got one.
No,
No,
that's
it was-
Capac.
No, he is Capac. Okay, he is just.
He is
guy.
that guy.
I've got this guy here who, he's leftover parts from the guys that I used to kit bash my Darktide guy, and he's pretty Darktidey himself. Not that it'll focus on him.
I think it's the flat yellow. I don't think this deep yellow is quite right.
Yeah, he's a commissar body, but he's got a head with just like a helmet and a mask on. Little break from tank treads.
Speaking of which, we should still find some time to do Optimus at some point.
Hmm.
When you're a little less a little more free scheduled after some series have ended, and well, more.
Yeah.
Just don't forget about it.
Yep. I have a few Lego kits that I would like to build. That is certainly high up that list.
They ended up doing some more Transformers kits, didn't they? I thought I saw a Bumblebee at one point.
I don't recall.
I imagine they did. It's lucrative as well. What have you been up to, Mrs. Blitzy? Is this another editing night, or is this another series prep night?
Today is some editing that I should probably get on and do shortly. That I'm just kind of being real bad and not doing right now.
Actually, thinking about it, that reminds me, I have a bone to pick with you.
Just because I picked, is this because I poked fun at you not editing?
No, actually, I spent like 7.5 hours today editing. Thank you very
Nice.
much.
Well done.
No, the bone I've got to pick is the idea. You trapped me. This shorts thing. There's nothing short about making a short.
There should be. You can't give yourself too much time because they don't pay well enough for you to justify it.
Yes, except who are you talking to?
Well,
And that was the trap.
yeah, that is a problem. The thing is, the reason I thought it would have been a decent option for you was because it doesn't affect the algorithm anyway negatively. It can only help with discoverability. So if you muck around with it and try a bunch of different things, you can find out which quick way of making a short is actually one that works for you, that you still feel like, I'm okay with this content. That
Well,
was
no,
what was
it's
in my
more
head
of
at the time that I was said it to you. Whether that's played out as no,
Well, of course, no,
but
of course it isn't.
that was what was in my head.
That's not how this works. No, I can see myself potentially actually editing them quickly in the future.
Yeah, my first ones took forever to make as well.
Well,
I haven't
and
made
partly
many.
because I'm intentionally going, well, if I'm going to release some shorts and people are going to notice them, there's two types of people that are going to notice them. There's people that have never seen the channel before, will subscribe, maybe just for shorts, maybe not, who knows. But that's the most you could potentially get out of that. Or people that are already subscribers. In which case, my thinking is that short better be hinting towards something that they can actually look forward to because they didn't subscribe for shorts.
Yeah.
So yeah, first one is basically a teaser for season 3 of and an explainer of what the hell Engineer Wars is.
Yep.
In like a minute and 20 seconds.
Oh yeah, because you've got 3 minutes for your shorts now.
Yes, you do.
I mean, you still have
I
to do them
actually-
square or vertical, but
Yes, yeah, you got extra time, and I did actually want a little bit of extra time for this one. I think if done right, it's worth it.
oh wow. Your chat is going to some interesting places, Wasted.
Talked about the hot tub stream before, guys. Hot tubs are for plebs. I have a swimming pool.
Airbrushing minis in the swimming pool.
Sorry, I feel like a puerile subject deserves a puerile response. That's what you're getting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Miniature painting in a swimming pool. Untapped market.
To become the top gear of mini painting streams, eh? Back of a moving vehicle. That's what we missed. That was it. Our 4 minis in 4 hours. Could have been 4x4 in a 4x4.
4x4x4? The rust is painted up. And we go back to tank treads.
So guys, I'm gonna run off now and try and actually do some
Do some
work rather
work.
than staring at my screen, abnegating everything. Oh, dear. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Have a good one, dude. Thanks for dropping in.
I'll see you guys later.
Do you?
Get the company as always.
Well, now that Splitsy's gone, are you ready for Capac's anime roundup?
Go for it. What we got?
I watched Chainsaw Man.
Not most inventively named.
It's quite an interesting show.
Hope so. What's the deal?
So it's set in a world where there are like demons that are sort of manifestations of human fears,
Okay.
and the more people fear whatever it is, then
Power of belief, etc. Yeah,
yeah, the
yep.
stronger the demon is. And early on, the protagonist character kind of merges with the chainsaw demon and gets chainsaw demon powers, which involve chainsaws emerging from his face and his arms.
From his face.
Yep, right out the
Unexpected.
middle of his face. And then he gets kind of co-opted by a squad of like demon hunters who protect people from these demon creatures. Pretty good show. I really liked it. It was what it said on the tin.
About a man with a chainsaw.
Yep.
Well, not a man who was a chainsaw, technically.
Well, Chainsaw Man could go either way. And then I also started watching Attack on Titan.
One I've actually heard of, at least.
Yeah, everybody was going nuts for it a few years ago. It is also, I'm enjoying it so far. It is, I mean, both of these shows are quite brutal. There's a lot of death and destruction going on.
Started to pick up that you weren't adverse to that after the Invincible recommendation.
Nothing like a bit of the old ultra violence.
Oh, this was a mistake.
If there's any one problem I have with Attack on Titan, though, it's that it's almost like the characters in it will turn and face the camera and wink at you and say, "Well, we might learn more about this later." There's a whole bunch of these unresolved mysteries about what's going on in Attack on Titan. I can definitely feel it stringing along the explanations.
I get it. Not necessarily. In a kind of condescending way, or in just a.
Not condescending, but in a little bit of a maybe a bit more ham-fisted than it could be. Because I didn't get that vibe with Chainsaw Man, which has some similar shenanigans going on behind the scenes. But I felt like they came across in Chainsaw Man in a bit more of a natural way. So, a good example in Attack on Titan is there's a certain character that he gets a bit of information that it's this is important information that he should be sharing with everybody else about the nature of these creatures that they're fighting, and he just keeps it to himself, and you're yelling at the screen, just tell everybody what happened.
That doesn't sound that fun. Not gonna lie.
I mean, that's not most of the show, but there's enough of it there that it irked me slightly. But I'm enjoying the show overall. Attack on Titan uh, doesn't have as much room for drama because the chances are, if any drama is happening, that character's going to be dead within the next 2 episodes anyway. In fact, I'm not that far into it, but I'm starting to get a sneaking suspicion that anytime there is character drama, that's just a death sentence for whichever character it is. I think I'm in season 2 somewhere at the moment. I believe a little while ago I told you about the bizarre Hungarian RPG that I played stream.
Yeah.
So last week I played a bizarre Hungarian maybe vampire shooting game. My stream.
Baby vampire.
Top down. Well, it's called Moroi, which means vampire? Question mark. But I played the demo, in the demo, you play a big beardy man with amnesia who kept striking me as being me, but in video game form. And he wakes up in a weird dungeon in a tower. You know the you do like the prison cell, but one side of it is just open to the air, so if you feel like it, you can end your captivity whenever you wish.
Yep.
Yep, it's one of those kind of scenarios. But then he escapes, finds a bunch of weird characters that give him enigmatic hints about what is going on, including a robot meat grinder that ate the previous chef, and a talking duck with teeth. You escape the prison. You end up with finding a sword and then a minigun.
Okay. Obvious. Yep.
And it gets weirder from there. I I found a toilet plunger that I could wear as a hat by flushing all of the toilets that I found. It gave me a boost to my health when I wore it. Would recommend. I think the full game's coming out towards the end of the month.
Have you ever played My Summer Car?
I have not, but I think I've seen a little bit of you streaming it at some point.
No, just something about how the stuff you're talking about was starting to remind me a bit of that.
Are there a lot of miniguns and talking ducks in My Summer Car?
No, but a similar level of
Buffoonery?
questionably unhinged.
Yeah, might have to.
There's a cousin.
Actually, I don't have a game for tomorrow night. Maybe I should give it a try then.
Yes.
Okay, treads complete. Or at least left-hand side treads. Do some turbines. So how's the yellow coming along?
Poorly.
Oh dear.
I hate yellow.
Going all clumpy. Yellow has rendered him speechless.
Yeah.
Diabolical nature.
No, it's just lifted off all of the, like, even the airbrush paint underneath it in a large clump. Like,
Oh.
that's done some pretty serious damage.
That's not good. Yeah, I guess that's one of the downsides of applying those super thin layers with the airbrushes. They're not going to be resistant to much manipulation.
Nope.
This was there a big lump of nonsense on my turbine. I don't know if that was an exhausted sigh or if that was the airbrush.
That was a pissed off sigh. Nah, that's not the problem, TC. It's just becking yellow. Wouldn't be the problem with any other paint, but it mixes so poorly, and it has such awful coverage that you either get wet mess where it's rehydrating all the layers of paint below, or you get thick, gloopy, horrible. And there doesn't seem to be any in between. And so the end result is basically I'm trying to decide what to even do with this because it's essentially at the point where you want to start again, except now it's got gloopy, uneven yellow on it. I think I have a saving grace. If I'm saying this correctly, every single place I've painted yellow on this model is opposite to where I painted it on the other one. In other words, all those areas were supposed to be blue anyway. Unsure if I subconsciously was trying it on parts that I didn't matter or what, but and I guess this one will just have a battle-worn codpiece.
Wow.
Show he's well experienced.
Never judge a space elf by his codpiece, that's what they say.
I mean, the thing is, you can judge fairly well anyway because he does have drapes to go with his copies. So you know, and I know you are a fan of drapes.
True.
Oh, I'm gonna be back in a second. I need to buy a brick. Stressing me out, Eldar. Stop it.
I'm definitely gonna need a second coat. But
Now there's a question. If I paint all of the other parts the same color as the other model, can I get away with them having different certain bits of their limbs?
What? Get away with what now?
Clearly not the same yellow. Can I still get away with the fact that if I paint all the other bits the same?
I think that'll look pretty close once you get the blue there in contrast.
Maybe close enough, yeah. In which case, screw you, yellow. I've had enough of yellow for the time being anyway, so regardless, it wasn't happening. Go away. Done. How's progress on your end going? You sound less ragey.
Yeah, I'm just kind of manufacturing, lining some details. It's not super exciting. Doing tank treads on all these basilisks.
Fun.
Doing the engines on these planes. Yeah, just churning them out pretty much.
You asking the bucket man where he got a bucket from? Regret.
Hmm.
Hmm? What to me?
I was just thinking how it might be cool to have a Helldivers tabletop game.
I would be somewhat surprised if they aren't already doing that.
Having played the Darktide game with friends a few times, a 4-player co-op PvE game can definitely work. Tabletop scenario.
Yeah, I have a few video game conversion tabletop games, and they do generally, for the majority of them, have done quite well. Surprisingly.
I heard the
Same can also be said for some of the TV show adaptations as well.
I heard the Dark Souls board game is pretty good, but very rules intensive.
It's not just rules intensive; it's rules intensive to the rules intensive and turn. Yeah, what you do within your turn is suitably simplistic that you might as well play it single player. Because it's all being run by whoever currently holds the rulebook or knows the rules. And then what you actually input in your turn is really basic. Even though the rules are quite complex. I would argue that the Dark Souls one is one that actually missed the beat somewhat.
Actually. I'm planning a get together with some friends soon. May actually have enough time to play the Slay the Spire board game.
Nice.
Which could be real good.
Seems like a natural one to switch over to a board game, that one.
Well, the Slay the Spire was pretty no pun intended.
Unbelievable!
Inspired. Because the so the way that the video game works is like it's a deck building game, but each of the cards has a potential upgrade. So what they did with the board game was each of the cards has the upgrade printed on the back of the card, and they're all in sleeves. So when you upgrade the card, you just flip it around in the sleeve to the upgraded side. Pretty genius way of handling it. Thanks for the sub, my account. The music is off because of sound problems.
I bet you they were pleased, because that, to me, just reads like they found a really neat way of saving themselves materials on printing.
Well, not just materials, but like the game already has a hideous number of
Yeah. I mean,
cards in
obviously,
it.
it managed to fulfill two birds, one stone.
Like it's already in one of the biggest board game boxes that I've ever beheld in my life. If they'd had to include 2 versions of every card, it would have been even huger. But in my limited experience getting to play it so far, it's actually quite a fun game too. The board game, that is. I played heaps of the C game.
You played the Battlestar Galactica game?
I have. In fact, it's sitting there on the shelf behind me there somewhere.
Yeah.
It's a good bit of fun, but I'm annoyed that you can't get any of the expansion. Or by the time I got it, you couldn't get any of the expansions for it anymore.
Yeah. And that's one that definitely takes a while.
The thing I like about it is it's got the benefits of your like werewolf, um, uh, blood on the clock tower, secret Hitler kind of social deduction game, but it's also got like board game bits for you to do while that's going on. So you don't have, because with those social deduction games, you can get like downtime for players that don't really have anything to do.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. It just sign that it's a well crafted one, that it's it's not truly a social deduction game. It's all the bits in one, which is appropriate to the series. So there you go. Everyone's a winner.
Well, until they get revealed as a Cylon and thrown out in airlock.
I've only managed to play it twice, and both times the Cylons won. Although partly because the groups I've played with have been exactly on the cutover point between where the game says you should run one Cylon or two.
Oh, yep.
So both times we've been on the two side of the coin, when it's like only just. And in that scenario, it is kind of brutal.
Well, that's another problem with those kind of games. You get those break points.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. BSG can also be kind of rigged to the Cylons because the players, it's actually quite a hard PvE game, even if you ignore the Cylons.
Yeah.
But the same thing happened in one of our 2 games, Guppy, where one of the 2 Cylons did nothing Cylon related is the entire game. They just ran around not doing a huge amount at all, to be honest. Contributing in ways that meant that they weren't suspicious, but otherwise not doing much. And only one of the 2 Cylons were active, but we lost that game hard, and we never found either of them. I suspect we've talked about this one before. I can't remember if I mentioned you. Are you a Firefly person?
Me,
Yeah.
I went and saw Serenity at the cinema a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Firefly is a great show, which I haven't watched as much as I probably should have.
Wondering because the board game for that is very good.
Okay. Didn't even know it had one.
Oh, it does. It has one and expansions, and whoever made it really liked Firefly. It is very, very authentic feeling as a both from the perspective of like how the game mechanics work out to what you're actually up to, how they how they converted the concept of Firefly into a game with multiple players, because that in itself is the first starting point is how do you handle that. And then also like it's a bit of a love letter when it comes to the cards, the board, the whole lot is like they knew that show inside and out. Relatively easy with Firefly, I guess, but still makes it fun.
Sounds intriguing.
And everyone, each player basically starts off with picks a ship and a bunch of a captain and some cards drawn at the beginning, and the idea is that you're all crews going about, and you have a series of different victory condition cards to start the game with that will define, what your goal is, and all of these goals are very tributary to the show. Um, and the game's about who can get there first, and you will travel about various sort of on a board with a series of rules you'll travel about as to how you can move, actions per turn, etc. You'll travel about trying to complete jobs. Some can be legal, some can be illegal. All are references to stuff in the show again. As you attempt to recruit crew, get hold of gear, and build up a group ready to sort of challenge your final objectives, which have known requirements. Whereas everything else is card based, so you get there's a bit of RNG, and there's a bunch of options to do with whether you're doing legal stuff, illegal stuff, who you're working for, building rep with the various bad and good factions from Firefly, or characters, I shouldn't say, not necessarily factions.
So, how easy is this to acquire these days?
I believe it's still being published.
Yeah, that's all right then.
I don't think this is one of these horribly rare ones, and it even has a straight up PvP mode where it allows you to fight, although only with one of the expansions. And the expansions, it's one of the cool games where the expansions are contain basically a straight up extension to the board
Oh yeah.
to make the map bigger. So the expansions introduce a bunch of stuff from like the more niche bits of the show and from Serenity and things like that. And then come with a bunch of extra cards and stuff that go with those areas.
Splitsy and I were at PAX a few years ago. We played. I don't remember what the name of the game was now. We played this game that was a 4-player co-op where you're caving, and as you start in just like on a single tile, and as you explore the caves, you add more tiles to the board to create the cave as you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
But there's monsters down in the caves, and it's like the tiles are like a deck that you draw from. So when you draw like a monster den, then suddenly there's a monster on the board that's trying to.
Sounds like Munchkin, but applied to a board, and potentially without the humor.
Well, it's a bit more exploration-y, because once you find the monster, it's not about like fighting it. It's about getting away from it. But the exit is somewhere in the deck of tiles, but it's guaranteed to be pretty far down the stack.
Yeah.
And you get like a better score at the end based on how many people get out. So you want to explore and cover as much territory as possible, but you don't want to split up the party so much that if you do find the exit, you can't get everyone to it.
Sounds almost like Deep Rock Galactic if it was turned into a board game, which I think they actually did.
Yeah, kind of. It's a really good balance between like you want to explore, but you don't want to split up the party too much.
Uh-huh.
And I tried to find it afterwards, and it was out of print. Oh, yep. Okay. Yep. I think my microphone volume has reset.
It has not.
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
You're coming through clear to me.
But chat's complaining about it.
Yeah, they do that though. You shouldn't have trusted them, man.
Oh, what a nightmare. Hopefully a reinstall will patch it up.
Well, I will send over some. If you're going to reinstall anyway, let me send you over a file for you. Basically, TC Helicon fired all the staff that were maintaining the software, which is why you haven't seen this update in ages. Then started to support an unofficial group that were doing updates for them, brought them in-house, and then before they had chance to finish the next update they were doing, fired them all again. But during that time, they released a beta or a number of versions of this update as a beta via the Discord that connect to their servers and download new firmware to go with it. And once installed, are still like fully functional. They just never got to the point of being released. So there is a new update out there. There is new firmware for it, but you can only get access to it if you get access to the beta files that they only released on Discord.
Well, yeah, if you got them floating around, I could give them a try.
I do. I wasn't going to suggest it if you weren't going to reinstall, because, no reason to go and mess with stuff. But if you're going to go to reinstall anyway, Yep, apparently I was actively lying.
Huh?
How about you being... I mean, I could hear
Yeah.
you. I don't know why it was muted to them. That's even more strange.
Probably because you got better sound gear than many of the people listening.
Hmm. That is the X to doubt.
It's just one of those things. One of life's little mysteries. It was fine. It was fine for the stream on Monday. And it started playing up when we went to do some recording on Monday night. And it was fine yesterday. And today it's been shocking. But at least it's not snap, crackling, and popping like last time. Still don't know exactly what caused that. Yes, it may all be Skynet related.
Gotta remember to shop around for some new baking paper when I go to the shops again. Too. Maybe pick up some new paint brushes. Uh, Alrighty. I think get some wash on these tank treads. I'll do that now. Yeah, why not? And these guys I like to get on the old Agrax Earthshade down the tank treads. Nice and muddy. And a little bit
Oh.
on the
I have been muted for a while. Sorry. finally dawned on me. There's no. It's like no, he can't possibly be just concentrated this many times.
I was just discussing muddy tank treads.
Oh, indeed. I had asked whether or not you considered using pigments, or if you'd ever tried them.
No, I've not really gotten into the pigment side of things. I feel like a lot of that stuff on this scale is a little bit too
Too
aggressive.
big. Yeah.
No, it's definitely something I'd like to experiment with at some point. Actually, I saw just recently saw somebody doing. They got like a I can't remember what it was called, but it was like a really black. It must have been called like scorched earth or something. It was like a really black, like sooty kind of texture, and they were applying it to the tips of flamethrowers.
Ah, nice.
So that's all charred at the end of the barrel. And I thought that was a really cool idea. I could definitely see myself doing that in the future.
Yes, it's just that different texture I'm thinking about, you know? You a slightly different option, slightly different approach. And adding that extra bit of texture to a model can really sell it. I mean, hell, that's why we do bases, you know?
It reminds me, I need to do some bases for these planes. I don't know if I even have enough of those flying bases. I should do. Don't know where they are though.
Well, that's more of a problem, yeah.
Got one done up, but I think I was doing that in preparation for the Thunderhawk. Getting some much needed air power to the forces of Prospero.
Yeah, I want to get some Eldar tanks.
The Eldar tanks are pretty cool.
They look fun to paint in a totally different way to Imperial tanks, if that makes sense.
Well, I've seen people go nuts with some of the Eldar tanks.
Well, it also looks like a great opportunity to do a lot of the model dry brushed, and only ever intend to do the details with like you know the like tiny details with the brush. And I quite like that idea. Bit of practice.
I've seen a couple of tutorials of people doing like a starry nebula filled space
Yes.
scene on the hulls of Eldar vehicles, and those always look pretty cool. Do have the airbrush.
Yes, off I go. Some might ask why I haven't finished it already. I'm not sure what I'd want to do. I would want to do something like that, but I don't think a space scene makes sense for mine because, again, the thinking behind these guys is very much that they're a Slanesh fighting detachment that goes down to the Croft worlds, tries to recover more soul gems, other lost relics. Maybe I should just lean into the like do one of the unusual battle worn Eldar.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe the tank is one of those ancient Eldar relics they've recovered.
Yeah, true.
Maybe they've recovered it after your orcs have got their hands on it.
It's nicked it back from my orcs. Lol. Now there's a theme. What does a vehicle look like after it's been crafted by the Eldar, stolen by the orcs, and then stolen back again by the Eldar?
Time to do a little work on these robo men. Nice red shoulder pads.
Good for going faster. So any other folks painting tonight? What you guys got on the workbench at the moment? There's
Oh,
got to be
yeah.
something. Even if it's not
Question.
Warhammer related. What's on the bench?
Yep. Who's doing a hobby?
World Eaters. Oh dear. Stinky heretics. Chaos look. Well, actually, no, not look. I have painted a little bit of chaos of late. They're tough. More tough than you might think.
Very spiky.
Spiky and at the same time the very clean edge highlighted, just overall highlighted look you can do with a normal Space Marine doesn't look right on those models. So you lose almost the default technique with a Chaos Space Marine. Chief Cap design, nice. And that shipment of Imperial Guard tanks. You don't? Do you really need more tanks, Frog?
Always more tanks.
Rugar's about to run an intro game for a friend and get him to Star Wars Legion. So, what, you working on the intro game, I guess? %, cheek. That sounds cool. I would say the criteria is actually quite open. Is it assembled on or near to an workbench? In which case, probably acceptable.
The reference image. Tiny green highlights.
That sounds fun. Oh, yeah, you're doing robot dudes, aren't you?
I'm doing, yeah, these little automata dudes to join with some of my Space Marine squads. And their colors of their forge world are like bronze and green. And they have red highlights to show their alliance to the Thousand Suns.
How dare?
So I've given them red shoulder pads for that. Now I've got to figure out which bits are green.
Surrounded by heresy.
No, this is pre-heresy.
Pre-heresy, what? That doesn't forgive it.
Yeah, this is when they're still loyalists. In fact, Joe Arcade are still loyalists to the 41st millennium.
Sounds like the sort of thing a heretic would say.
Well, they were basically so far away that they got kind of forgotten about in the purges afterwards.
Because I got the brightness turned down a bit, Fog, so as not to blind you too much. Roasted? Really?
Well, I prefer my Xenos roasted until they're nice and crispy. Right, nice green cod piece for Mr. Robot.
What robot wouldn't want a fetching green garbage codpiece? Though one does wonder why a robot would need a codpiece, but you know, let's not be judgy. Or we could just say it's not done yet. I'm just currently painting some of the black details because it's helping to bring out where I need to paint other details. Ooh, you know what I should do? I should use one of the existing places that I know I'm going to repaint to a different color, like I did earlier, to experiment with a couple of other finishes to see if there is an answer to the yellow problem. Specifically, we got Bad Moon and the Yandan yellow contrast. How do they behave?
For science!
For science, indeed, on a place that's going to end up being blue anyway, so it doesn't matter if it goes wrong.
green for him. What about this guy?
Paint mixer, go quietly, burr. We've not had paint mixer go back tonight.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Paint Mixer's having a bit of a easy one today.
Okay, so my Yandan yellow is so subtle as to not almost be worth mentioning. It's time for the nuke.
It's not the right job.
And now we wait upon the results, because contrast paint doesn't dry that quickly. Pass it with the airbrush.
Hey. I need some white on those shoulder pads. That should be right. Alright, back by popular demand. So this need a lot.
The paint makes a go shake your stuff remix.
Indeed.
You happy now, William? Not William, Alien. Sorry, William. Hey, William. I looked up and brain was overtaken by eyes reading wrong name. I'll leave that to dry a bit more, but it actually kind of works. Didn't even hear it. Oh, you missed it then.
So gonna need some white on these little plasma coils.
tanks. Round 2 on mud time.
Round 2.
Yeah, got to do the treads on the other side.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, fair. Probably makes sense.
With these, because there's no good way to hold them, I find that the best way is to do sort of one side panel at a time when it comes to a lot of painting bits.
Yep. Yep. Too small to get a grip on. What else are you going to do?
And the treads on each side are the easiest part to hold it from. So paint one side, use the other side to hold it. How's the experimentation going?
Not great. I think I've realized how I need to paint these guys to make them to look like I want them to look. But I've also, in doing so, the way they need to be painted to make them look is like I painted the Killer Cam's face, or the Death Dread's face. Which is basically sitting there with a palette of red, orange, and yellow that I'm live mixing and dotting on. Like stippling in to create a gradient of it. Either that or wet blending, but I don't know what to wet blend on top of. Because if it's thin, the yellow just looks shit. Basically. So maybe I need multiple yellows. But maybe I should not give a damn because I'm starting to think that I'm probably going to end up oil washing this anyway. And after an oil wash, you end up having to go back through and highlight a bunch of the colors regardless.
Yeah. That makes sense. I haven't even touched my Eldar flamethrower boy.
Not flamethrower. Fire dragon. Flamethrowers are barbarians.
Well, it's possible I'd forgotten what the fire aspect guys are called. I haven't even finished my striking scorpions. I really need to. Oh.
Well, I mean, one thing I'm realizing when I'm doing this guy, at least, is that Space Marines are a lot more fun to paint than Eldar are.
Uh. Hmm.
At least in the style that I paint. Obviously, this changes for everybody. Different people paint in different ways. So, you know, this is not going to be one universal for everybody. But for me, I'm starting to discover that while I like Eldar, I find them really annoying to paint. No, but I have kind of picked 3 armies that are a bit of a pain in the ass.
I mean, I guess with the Eldar I've done so far, which is the striking scorpions and this guy who's half done, I get like I didn't find them too troublesome to paint, but then like the main color for my striking scorpions is just all straight out of the bottle, and then it was just picking out all the details.
It's just Scorpion. Yeah, I mean, whereas what I'm trying to go for fancy Eldar, and I think that's probably my problem is trying to go sort of multicolored in each bit of the blooming armor plating, and you know.
Now this guy with the fire dragon, my goal for him was just to do a fairly subtle color shift, going from like his boots to the top of his helmet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, nothing too flash, but now I don't know exactly what I'm doing with the other details, which is kind of why I'm not touched him yet.
Yeah, 100% Red Bill. What do you want from me? Yeah, I know. I want to go get a beer. Screw you.
But yeah. I would do a beer, but I know that I have to drive after the stream to get some food.
think I might have too many projects on the go at the moment. Um, Making progress, so it's not too bad. Not as bad as it could be. What's
Cheers.
that I hear opening?
Painting aid.
What flavour?
Pilsner.
See. Yeah, so I was just saying while you were gone, I wouldn't mind having a beer, but I know I have to drive to get food after the stream.
You seem to drive to get food quite a lot, Mr. Capac. Is it just I happen to catch you on the day where it's food resupply day, or what's the deal here?
It's a bit of that, but also that I tend to do like short shopping trips rather than buying a bunch of stuff at once. I tend to find that if I try to buy too much, half of it ends up going off before I get around to it.
I can appreciate that. Fair.
What colour did I do for plasma coils from Tiny Boys? I think I was doing green. But no, there's a plasma guy in here somewhere. Jump pack, missile launcher, sword. Oh, yep, there he is. Yep, that's a green, alright. Now, striking scorpion green contrast paint.
Oh, I'm doing a good job of being way off screen, aren't I? So,
Let's get those off my paint palette so I can use it again. Maybe I will do some work on this fiery lizard fella.
all right, you got a plan now? Something suddenly come to light, and he's like, "Yeah, right, I got it."
No, I just thought I'd do his pouches and leather bits. I'm just going to do them the same color as the other guys, so I don't have to think too hard about them. Off.
Yeah, starting to look a little bit better. I'm feeling a little bit happier. Less annoyed now.
Less
Shoulders are
annoyed
always
is
going to be a bit ugly, but
less
sorry,
annoyed is
Capac.
always a good start.
Yeah. What happened to the shack? Yeah, that's always a good question. None can predict the vagaries of the shackman. His favorite rocket ship, indeed. No, his favorite boat. Except it's not going anywhere. At least not for a bit. As has been the case for a while. As continues Shaq's progress towards becoming a daytime television cop.
Paint mix up. Need some blue.
I don't think it had anything to do with the boat or affording it, and perhaps more to do with the individual that bought it. I'm probably being harsh and missing the point, but when buying a boat, choosing to buy one the other side of the country is an interesting start to begin with. I'm not even sure if he wanted to buy it. I think he wanted a project.
Could have taken up knitting. Window.
At least it was the same coast of the country, yeah, I suppose.
As long as it's attached by water, it's fine, right?
I believe that's how it goes, yeah. Mm.
Angry sounds.
Just at that point in the model when you sort of start to realize how far there is to go between the base code that's taking longer than you'd like and the eventual result that you want from it.
I've actually got the opposite right now. I find that
Really?
on these planes, I feel like they're actually getting somewhere once I do the cockpit windows.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's when they really start looking like a plane, not just a brick.
Well, that is all right for some, Mr. Capac.
Especially when I've chosen sandstony kind of color as a base scheme.
Some cheating to go with it as well.
Cheating. All's fair in love and machines of war, they say.
I had to meet this they you speak of.
I mean, that's one of the advantages of my having too many projects in various stages of completion. I'm getting frustrated at how long one's taking to complete. I can switch to another one that's much closer.
Yeah, no, not wrong. Good night, Kruger. I've actually got a few minis done at this point. Thank you very much. I'm not allowed to work on this one any further, technically, because it was for that competition. So, or challenge, not competition. It's technically done.
How's the tank boys looking? Pretty good. Good. All fallen over though. Telex. Some fresh lead belcher into the mixer. Vent on the top. Tanks and exhaust on the back, and the gun barrels. Assemble, align it piece by piece. It really does feel like an assembly line sometimes. Okay, 8 little fans. What the? Wasted painting his elbow now?
No, showing off the Nurgle rot.
Ah. Some of these greeblies on the sides.
Bluetooth elbow? I don't want to talk to my elbow. Not sure it wants to talk to anyone either. You ever play Zomboid, Mr. Capac?
Splitsy and I played a little bit of Project Zomboid.
When?
Quite a while ago.
Ah, okay. So I wonder if would this have been B40 multiplayer or B41 multiplayer?
I don't recall.
All right. Hey, dude. How you doing?
It was Splitsy's idea, so I let him handle all the multiplayer shenanigans.
That makes sense.
It was a good bit of fun. Splitsy and I were actually talking yesterday about a whole bunch of games on our we should go back and check these out at some point list. And Project Zomboid probably should have been one of them.
Now, Zomboid's in the sort of position where I would say your best bet to coming back, if you've not played it for a while, is in like 4 months.
Okay. Is there something due in the next 4 months?
Well, 4 months is a bit of an estimate, but basically they've recently updated the game. Indie Stone going from different beta versions is a big deal because the game tends to change quite dramatically between them and lots of new features get added. Back not long after Christmas, they added Build 42, which is the current new hotness and changes a lot, but does not have multiplayer yet.
Ah, I see.
This is pretty common for them that they will release a beta branch of it. I swear that this is the ultimate solution to how to handle the problem that if you do split branch releases in development, how do you keep people playing the main branch so your game is active while also getting people to test, but only test the new branch? And the answer is you make it single player only and you restrict multiplayer to the old one.
Guess that makes a kind of sense.
It's got a certain cheekiness to it, but at the same time, yeah. I think we are entering this place where I can't remember what colours I used on the last one. It was inevitable in the long run.
When I started getting back
But yes,
into painting,
what I would say is if there is a if you're going to do a visit to Project Zomboid with Splitsy, wait a little bit, and then when you do it, let me set up the server. And I'll
Sure.
fight my case with Splitsy with this if need be.
well, I mean, sounds like it's something we could, three of us, have a bit of fun with. So
No, but that's why I'm saying let me set up the server. I've got an idea for how the three of us to have fun with, but honestly, it involves you and Splitsy surviving on your own for a bit before you run into me in a bit more of a scenario-based setup.
I see.
A lot of Project Zomboid is a knowledge game. And I'm worried that if I'm with you, I would either have to say nothing and do nothing, or spoiler everything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. When you think it's ready to start cooking, feel free to let us know.
Sorry, man, I just managed to yank my headphone cable out. I heard you start to say something, and then
I said,
wait, that's a mess of gas mask the entire time, lol. Okay, sorry.
I said when you think it's ready to go, hit us up and we'll see if we can arrange something.
That sounds like a lot of fun, actually. I arrange you a little introduction scenario where you end up meeting up with me, and I do a bit of sort of not GMing because Zomboid's best, or at least for a new person, I think best not controlled like that, but set up a world in which it's sufficiently well balanced.
As all things should be.
Just concerned that the I want to play it with you, but it's the difference between it's one of these ones with a big learning curve. So the difference between a new player and an experienced player is quite dramatic.
Learning curve? That sounds like a splitsy problem.
No, because I think you'll be better at this game than he will be.
Well,
It's a learning curve in two aspects. It's a knowledge game in that there's a lot in the game, and knowing how all those systems interact is a big thing. And I think Splitsy will do well at that. But then it's also a game where stealth, movement, knowledge of where you've been, where you're going, and combat skill is important as well. And that's where Splitsy is 100% going to fall down, especially with that perspective.
I thought it was all about learning carpentry from TV shows.
Accurate.
Most of I've watched videos of a few people playing it, and most of it is people doing ridiculous challenges of one kind or another.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that tends to be what you'll find these days.
I think
With
the
Zomboid.
last one I watched was Ambiguous Amphibian trying to survive without leaving the house.
The funny thing is, and please don't take this the wrong way, AA is really bad at Project Zomboid.
Well, he didn't last all that long.
He's a great video maker, but great video maker, great character, but he is not a Zomboid player. And once you see him in some of the stuff he's done, that shows.
Well, yes.
If you enjoy the occasional bit of Zomboid content, well, I would recommend Red, because he obviously makes the best videos. But actually, the person you should watch as a new player, don't watch Red. As a new player, watch. I would recommend checking out some Brother Z just for some amusement value. He's got some very fun videos. Like 100 people trapped in insert place. I'm sorry, Rhett. I know that's massive betrayal, but I also have a suspicion you'd agree.
From the way you're describing it, it sounds like one of those games where if you're into it, then seeing somebody who isn't all that good can be quite frustrating.
No, actually. It depends. If you're, it depends what you mean. Like watching someone that's not that good in a YouTube video. Not as far as AA is concerned, because that's never the point of the video. As far as in-game is concerned, like in multiplayer, generally Zomboid inspires a protective nature in people. Oh, new player must help and protect. Everyone's been there. Everyone's been through that initial period of just building a character and then having it die to something dumb. That's why I would need to be away at the start. Is not because I don't think you guys could handle it or I've got some magic knowledge. It's because I don't think I could keep my mouth shut if I saw you walking into something stupid.
And we want the stupid.
However, if you are even a middle level Zomboid player, if you've played 20 hours or so, go check out Rhett. He has the knowledges. Yeah. Your first character is always a tragedy because you spend ages on it. Everything's new. You make them look good. You spend ages on the skills. You got a backstory, everything. You walk around one corner and immediately get murdered. Making me miss Zomboid. Look forward to running that. I have a plan for a community server for it, but I too am waiting on. It makes no sense to run it in the old version anymore. Just wait.
Yeah. I got a few things that are on waiting game at the moment.
I've got a few on the waiting game and a few that are on the waiting game, but difficult because there's a chance they never leave it, depending on how things develop. You know what I mean? Strong, hopefully vibes.
One of the ones I'm waiting for is System Shock 2 Enhanced Edition.
Yeah.
It's got a confirmed release, but I don't know if the multiplayer is going to be for the release window. But
Silent Wolf, I gotta be honest with you, man. That is something I would really recommend against doing as a new Zomboid player. Throwing yourself back into where you died has a number of honestly quite negative effects on how the gameplay progresses. Everything from zombie populations being weird through to, loot being weird through to honestly attaching you to a false sense of what the game is like when played more loosely than that. And you'll find very quickly to not get attached to that early stuff because you can pick it up so quickly. Yeah, save the starting outfit, save the starting look, but try and avoid reusing the same world, respawning back into the same world. If nothing else, yeah, exactly as Crusher said, the game world evolves over time in a fixed format. If you're 3 days in, there is a different number of zombies to on day one. You may well just be making it harder on yourself, not easier. Yeah, power and water. I tend to start with power and water off anyway. Hmm.
Hmm.
People got me wondering about the possibilities of doing a armor-based project Zomboid. While we wait for the actual release of the update and multiplayer, see some ways in which I could make Zomboid armor behave a bit like Zomboid. No, not Daisy. Explicitly not Daisy. You can't make Project Zomboid in Daisy. No, because I've done a. We ran a full community event that lasted like 4 months in Daisy, full PVE, and I would say it was awesome. But you can't do Project Zomboid in Daisy. Daisy does not allow for the number of zombies that you would need for that to work. It falls apart far too early. That was ironically, that was the other way around. That was when I took the idea of the bleak midwinter, which we'd just done in Project Zomboid, and applied it to armor. It's one of the things that I've always sucked at. Honestly, is I run a whole bunch of community events that not only have I recently, the last few years, haven't done any, which is not great on its own, but all of them could have been great YouTube content, and I didn't make any YouTube content about any of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Never find yourself in the same position?
Not exactly, but there's definitely like a lot of like, content that I've watched that's like in that kind of spectrum where it's unlikely it's something I'd ever
Oh, I was more
experience,
thinking from
but
the angle
watching
of,
it is quite entertaining.
oh yeah, no, I'm not doubting the entertainment of the sort of, if done right, these whole community events can be done well. I was more thinking from the angle of, do you not find yourself in a position where there's sort of the list of videos that should have been made but weren't?
Oh, all of them.
All that stuff that should have been turned into a video but actually never got around to doing it.
Yeah, I've certainly got some stuff like that kicking around. Got a handful of videos in various states of completion that never eventuated.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. NG. Trust me, I feel it. I've been out of the game, man. Been out of the game for 2.5 years. Pretty much. And I started editing a video today. I spent 7.5 hours editing today, actually, for the first time in like 2 years, and it was really weird.
Well, I mean, that's 7 hours is a good effort for just getting back into it.
Oh yeah, that's because I have a problem with hyper focusing when I'm editing.
I have the opposite of that problem.
Oh, I can have the opposite of that problem. But once I'm in, I'm locked in and not in a particularly healthy way. Because it's not like I'm hyper focused on getting the video out. No, I want the video out, but I end up hyper focused on the details of the video, which tends to slow the video down in the long run.
Yep, that's fair. Extra.
Today I literally clicked the stream button because I was like, okay, you've already entered the title, but you've gone back to the video now like 4 times. If you don't click it, you're going to be here for how many hours?
All the hours.
The 2 minutes. You make a thumbnail in 2 minutes. Fuck you, Rhett. Politely.
I mean, I'm pretty quick on thumbnails these days, but it's mostly because I have a template and I just replace the background image in it with some key art. Maybe
fair,
shuffle
right,
some text around.
Fair, right, I have seen your thumbnails for the patch reading. So, I am aware. He's not a big believer in key art. Just text and a screenshot. Sometimes the text is even like somewhere justified on the screen. Holy crap. Meta techniques.
Well, I know that there's this thing that people will release. They'll release a video with one thumbnail, but then they'll change it to another thumbnail because algorithm.
It's A/B testing. Basically, there are a number of creators these days that will have a video with an initial thumbnail and then a second one already prepared, and they will switch the thumbnail over if for whatever reason they don't think the video is getting good views off of the first thumbnail. Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a common thing now. Is YouTube is really fussy about thumbnails, even more so than before. And it's not even like I don't even think it's that viewers are fussy about thumbnails so much as I think YouTube itself might have something.
Well, yeah, that's a whole thing.
I don't know if it gives us a tool. I haven't released a video in a very long time.
I recently retweeted Metatron because he did a video. You've heard about all this things under the pyramids nonsense that's going on at the moment.
Yes, Capac, I have heard about all the things under the pyramids nonsense that's going on at the moment.
Metatron posted a video where he was like he looked at the papers that had been released and he was looking at the thing and he was talking. That's right. He did a video talking about whether it was slaves that built the pyramids, or you know what the deal is with that. What's the historical evidence, one way or another?
Mm-hmm.
And YouTube, you know how YouTube is putting these like little comments underneath videos if they're about.
Oh, I saw this. Yeah.
Yeah. So they put that it was. They put a note about the reptilians under his video on whether slaves built the pyramids.
It just said reptilian humanoid, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. I don't think he brought up anything about them in the video, YouTube. Guess you could call that some conspiratorial cross-pollination.
No, I suspect that it assumes that he himself was a reptilian humanoid for knowing this information. It's the only sensible explanation here.
Yes, only the reptilians could possibly know who built the pyramids. They were there, after all.
Indeed.
Swimming around in the Nile. Called an Argonian a lizard person and it popped up on YouTube. Oh boy.
The problem is, it's going to be the Trandoshans.
Well, I think we're racing towards the the whole dead internet thing. It's all just going to be bots talking to bots about what the algorithm has decided applies to an AI video that was posted by a content farm that isn't even run by a human. With 1 million views that are all bots. Yeah, it'll be bots watching bots making videos about why AI is a problem.
I think it might already be this, Capac.
The future is now.
Unfortunately, I think this may already be the reality. The least dramatic bot victory over mankind ever. We lose because no one knows what the hell's going on anymore.
This is a little awkward. What am I going to do to paint this thing? This robot's on... He's got like a jump pack kind of thing. And he's doing the whole leaping off a hero rock.
As Games Workshop does love to do.
But he's on like a little peg that's holding him onto the rock. But he doesn't have jets in his feet. The jets are in his like backpack. So he wouldn't have a jet trail coming out of his foot. So how do I paint this to... Do I paint it the same color as the rock? Do I paint it black? Hope nobody notices. What's the best way to do this?
See, he's standing in a bush.
Yeah, get some tactical grass for him. And it could work. Maybe I'll... Oh, that's right. Have any... I managed to not get any fresh Ushabti bone when I went to the shop.
You went down there and you still don't have fresh Ushabti.
Well, I came back with Xandri Dust and Screaming Skull, which was the closest I could find to Wraithbone. But I forgot that Ushabti bone. Oh well, guess I gotta go back again.
Dangerous.
True.
Make myself a nice little blue.
Apparently the Australian stores are doing something for the anniversary of Warhammer in Australia. next month. Because I usually go down there for the store anniversary, which is later in the year. But I saw for these anniversary things, they usually have a like some special minis,
Yep.
and one of them is a pretty cool looking gene stealer. I was thinking about grabbing. He look good with my Space Hulk gene stealers when I get around to doing some work on those guys. They could have shaped this peg like a big rock. It didn't just have to be a round cylinder. Striking Scorpiones. The gem on their chest. Their soul stones. Two. Way too much paint on the brush.
Later, Fog.
Let's wash some tanks.
You buy them clean to begin with, I think.
Yeah, but then they get all dirty out in the field. Right. How's the space elfery going?
Slowly, but better.
You've got a handle on it?
I think so.
It's looking pretty good from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, current plan is to get like a relatively basic highlight layer down on him. And then oil wash like I did the other one. And then after that, I should be able to get the yellow tone in. But if I do it too early, then the oil wash is going to kill it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at today. Almost got these tanks ready to go.
Nice.
I think they just need a few more little details. Same for the two Robomen here, but I'll have to get their compatriots ready so I can base them all up.
Yeah, this guy's glued to his base because he kind of has to be for assembly, but he's ready to pop off again so that I can actually base him up a bit nicer than that. Although I think I'm going to stick with my Eldar with a fairly simplistic. I think they look quite good on the sort of just the broken sand sort of look.
Yeah, they're looking pretty rocking.
Yeah, still got number 3 to add to them when they're done. 3 of these guys together will look pretty badass. My Eldar army will be about as unmater as it's possibly to me, but you know.
My fire dragon is looking like it'd fit in with your Eldar pretty well. This blue flamethrower.
Yes.
And I made some good progress on the two bombers here.
Somehow blue flamethrower seems wrong, but yeah. Oh, very nice. Yeah, you do get those looking good. Little panel lines, etc., just looking nice. Very sweet.
Oh,
Chunky bombers. We've got the
yeah, these
wings
guys.
sort of backwards.
Yeah, there's some interesting design choices with some of the Imperial aircraft.
No, I'm pretty sure I've seen those in the background of a number of games.
These are going to be interesting when it comes time to do all the little sensor domes and things. Because these are the Pathfinder variant. They've got a whole lot of little
Little
sensors.
greebles you're going to have to deal with, yeah.
Yep.
Make look different.
Definitely going to have to pick up some new brushes.
About time.
But yeah, on that note, I think I might call it there for today.
Fair enough, Mr. Capac.
Get real hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a good time as always. Summer car. I'll have to do that.
Yes.
I'll do that for my stream tomorrow. And I will no doubt see you next week for more wrong way shenanigans.
Wrong way and painting and other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Might also poke you. I have another game that I think you may be up for. I have no idea, but I'll poke you separately for that one because it's one of those.
Cool. Yeah, send me a Discord.
Indeed, dude.
And we shall do a raid. Where is the raid button?
I don't know. Where is the red button, Capac? Does it live?
Way over the other side of the room. Right, presto rado. Catch you later, everybody.
Cheers, dude.